Hello, friends. Something's going on with my laptop, and it's just giving me a little edit here. So let me know if you're out there, and we'll get started. Let me know also if right now you can hear the piano playing in the background. And I'm still just trying to set stuff up here. Looks like it's normal. Okay, I see comments from Morgan. She's going to eat supper, then be back. Okay, enjoy your supper. And Jill is here. Hello, Jill. And Jill says, hello, everyone. And she doesn't hear the piano. Good. Okay, I just didn't know if you could hear it when I have it removed from the stage or not. And let me just try one more thing to see if I can fix my view. Oh no, Jill, thank you for letting me know. That's what I was worried. I'm getting some static from my laptop, but my internet seems to be very fine. So I might need to switch to my iPad instead. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to try to switch to my laptop. And see if that'll be better. Oh, I'm sorry. Switch to my iPad, not laptop. I'm on my laptop. Well, if I'm not freezing for you now, let me know. StreamYard from StreamYard. Hi, Jamie. Let me get some of these comments on the screen here. We'll just flash through them real quick. There was Morgan, gonna go have her supper. Jill saying hello to everyone, and that she doesn't hear the piano, and that my picture keeps freezing. And hello from Jamie. And Kat reads books. Welcome in. And Kat says, hi, everyone. I'm reading Schooled in Murder by Victoria Gilbert, book 1 in the Campus Sleuth series. I'm enjoying it so far. It takes place at a university and has an interesting group of sleuths. Cool. Okay, so am I still freezing? Because I would rather continue on with my laptop. The picture seems better now, says Jill. Okay, well, let's stick with the laptop for now, but if it gets really bad, please let me know and I'll switch over to my iPad. But when I switch to my iPad, I can't share the Ambiance, so I'd rather stick with the laptop. And Sammy is here. Hello. Hello, ladies. It's so good to see you all here. I have a cat that's investigating all the stuff that I have over here to my right. But I am super excited for sprints tonight. I just started, and I think I think it was Annie that was reading it. Murder in Highbury. Has anybody else read that? I just started it on audio. I checked it out from the library on Libby. And it's the, oh, there's my other cat. Get off of there. The Emma Knightley and her husband are investigating murder mystery. And it's so far, I'm still just at the beginning. I think I'm only about 20 minutes in, but it's so good so far. And Jill is reading Karen White, The Lady on the Esplanade. Cool. Is that like a mystery? It sounds like a mystery, or like a historical fiction. Is it a suspense? So let me know what you all are going to be reading or working on today. I was kind of inspired. Guys, my cat is trying to eat my Diamond Dark project, so I'm going to move it over here. I think she likes the smell of the adhesive stuff that's on it that holds those dots. But I was inspired by Lucy to not really organize, but to at least put away some of these drills from a project that I finished. So I have these actual little plastic bags, and I don't mind just sticking them in that because these extra ones, I'm not going to use them for a project per se, but my nephews and nieces like to make little things and do their own design. So I'm just going to put them in by color and then, give them to them, and then they can do their own little diamond art, because my project that I needed these for, it's all done. So I'm going to be doing that tonight while I'm listening to Murder in Highbury, and also be trying to catch up with my 52 book club challenge. Does anybody do that one? The 52 book club. I have my prompts right here. And so now I need to go through everything that I've read this year and match it up to one of the prompts and see how far I am and what I need to read to be able to finish that challenge this year. And Jamie is asking, is Lady on the Esplanade about New Orleans? It sounds like it would be, huh? That or like France, somewhere European. Jill says it's got some paranormal in it. I like a paranormal sometimes. And Sammy says, I'm reading A Distance Too Grand by Regina Scott. And Jamie says, I have not read The Highbury Mystery. I want to. I was been trying to catch up on YouTube videos, and a book lover Amanda talked about it. Somebody was reading it, either that I was in either Lucy sprints or Jeanette sprints or in my sprints. And I don't remember who it was, but I know somebody else was reading it, and then somebody else on YouTube was talking about it. So I thought, all right, it's like out there so much. And, I'm a big Jane Austen fan. So I was like, I need to check it out. And Jill says it's third in a series, the Royal Street series. That sounds like New Orleans. And I think I'll be getting the first 2 books. Cool. And Jill says, yes, it takes place in New Orleans. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So let's see, we're only 10 minutes in. Let's chat a little bit, and then we'll get our first sprint started. Also, I have a couple of books that I'm in the middle of. Not in the middle, but at the beginning of. So I started this book. I was going to use this book for stars on the cover for the Back to Hogwarts readathon, but I didn't get very far in it, and I was reading the Seaside Cafe mystery, so I decided to copy Lucy and use No Good Tea Goes Unpunished instead. But I might go back to reading this one. It was pretty interesting. This is a Book of the Month Club book, which I do have, but I skip a lot because I can't always find things that I think will be clean or that are to my taste. But this one seemed like it would be clean, and it seemed interesting, so I'm going to give it a shot. And I'm still doing my buddy read, but with Cher, but I'm waiting for her to catch up, and we had decided that we were going to read Magic Lessons by Alice Hoffman, and this is a prequel to Practical Magic, and I really loved that movie. And did read the book back then when that movie had come out, because my copy of the book has Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman on the cover. And I enjoyed it a lot. So this has been pretty good so far. I'm, again, maybe just about a quarter into it. It's about their ancestor who she was abandoned by her mother and then later found her mother. And just like all this stuff is happening to her. It's really interesting to see where her story goes. So I might dip back into that one. And this month, the Reed Christie book is Cat Among the Pigeons. So I might pick that one up. And that will be a reread. I think I already read it like once or twice earlier this year. I did finish A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. That was, I was crying at the end, of course. That was a reread of the historical book club. That was something that was, I think it was our October read. So I'm behind on the discussion, but it's in Discord. So I don't think it really matters that I, finished 2 weeks later. But yeah, so that is one that I just finished like right before starting this. And then I also finished this. Did I finish this yesterday or? Yeah, I think it was, because I don't think I read it today. Murder by Cheesecake, and this is the Golden Girls mystery. And it was super fun. I enjoyed it a lot. So that's what I have been reading and what I might read tonight. And Jamie says, I was trying to do the 52 book challenge, but there's a couple of prompts I'm bogged down on. Yeah, I had one last year that was a Booker Prize nominee, I think. I don't think it was even a winner, or was it a winner? I don't remember, but the Booker Prize, like the books that they choose aren't usually to my taste. And I went through many of the lists because it was like from any year, and there was hardly anything on there that I had read or would want to read. So I changed it, and I changed it to, I think, an Edgar, because, those are mysteries. So I did that. I just changed the prompt, Jamie. So, there's no 52 book club police, although some of the people on the Facebook group think that they are. There really isn't. So you can change your prompt. And Jamie says, yep, this Louisiana girl recognized the street name. There you go. And Sammy says, I have the wishing game on my TBR. Oh, okay. So if you do end up reading it, we'll have to compare notes and see what you thought. All right. So ladies, we are at 1:45. So I think this would be a good time to start the sprint. And we'll do you guys mind a 40-minute sprint? Like, that's my favorite, but I could go a little longer or a little shorter if you all would prefer. I just think that it's like long enough to get some reading done or to get something else done, but not too long that you're like, get too involved in the other stuff that you're doing. I don't know. But let me know. But we'll go ahead and do a 40-minute sprint. And Jill says that's fine. Hey, Scorpio Rising, right? You say, hey, I am reading Wanting Daisy Dead by Sue Watson, and you're okay with 40 minutes. Okay, cool. All right, so let's get that. The shared universe prompts and the book about Latin America are the ones I haven't met yet. Have met yet. Okay. So, shared universe. What I think I did, let me look at my little thing real quick. Sorry, ladies. Shared universe, shared universe. Okay, so I did the Krista Davis mysteries, the Wagtail Murder Club, which was the Paws and Claws book that most recently came out, and The Diva Poaches a Bad Egg, because I want to say it was in the Wagtail Murder Club that Sophie like works with Holly in some capacity. So they're both by the same author, and normally they don't cross over, but in one of these two books it was a crossover where one character was in the other, so it's a shared universe, and those are the ones that I picked for that. And then as far as about Latin America, I don't think I have filled that one yet, but I do have, let me see, what was that? Yeah, I haven't filled that one yet, but I still have books that I've read that I haven't tried to fit into prompts. I can't off the top of my head think of any that were Latin American, but I have, I think it's a YA romance called Anna Maria and the Fox, and I think it takes place in Latin America somewhere. Um, Other books that take place, I read, I don't remember the name of it. I'll think of it during this sprint, and then we'll talk about it when we get back. So Jamie says 40 is good. All right, let's get started. So now we're at 50, so 40 would be 30. Okay, here we go. And we are back. And let's get back to the comments. And Jamie, what does this mean? And hey, Lucy. Lucy's working. She's working tonight and she's sad that she had to miss sprints. And Susan says, good evening, all. How are you? And Jamie says, hey, Lucy, sorry you have to work. Work just gets in the way of stuff, right? And Lucy says, it's boring and slow here at the Max tonight. And Morgan is back. How was supper? And Morgan read one chapter of In the Company of Others by Jan Karon. I had been wanting to do a reread of the Mitford, is it Mitford series? I actually pulled the book out of my shelf, the first one, and I was going to start it earlier this year, but I did not get to it. And Jamie says, Emily, that was an oops. Guys, I'm going to let you in on something. Everybody calls me M because my actual name starts with an M. It's not short for Emily or Emma. But yeah, I go by M all the time. And Jeanette says, hey, Em and everyone, I finished my book during that sprint and I'm working on updating my reading journal. I was kind of working on my reading journal. I was going through the 52 book club suggestions for the different prompts that I'm still missing. And so Jamie, like the one that I'm stuck on maybe is climate fiction. I did slot The Wild Robot in there because it was on the list and I wasn't like really interested in anything else except The Day After Tomorrow. But I can't find that book. So I might have to like on the like ebook library or whatever. So either I'm going to have to buy it on Kindle or order a used copy. And I don't know, how long that will take to come in and how much time that gives me to read it. And Jill says she got through page 192. And Kat says she read 4 chapters and folded some laundry. That's amazing. I was listening to Murder in Highbury and I'm really, really liking it a lot. And hello, Annie. She says, hi, everyone. I'm reading The Innkeeper's Daughter by Michelle Grieve. Annie, were you the one that was reading Murder in Highbury? And Jamie says, oh, yeah, it's okay. As long as I know you're talking to me, it doesn't matter what you call me. And Jill says it's the November read for Brenda Novak Book Group. Oh, cool. We are meeting early this month because of Thanksgiving. Yeah, my book club, one of my book clubs, it's like a Zoom book club. It usually meets twice a month, but it's only meeting once. And I want to say it's after Thanksgiving that we're doing it. And we're reading Snowball's Christmas. It's like a little Christmas novella. And Annie says, no, it wasn't her, but it sounds good. It is the characters from Jane Austen's Emma, and it's a murder mystery. It is by Vanessa Kelly. And let's see what it says. It says, less than 1 year into her marriage to respected magistrate George Knightley, Emma has grown unusually content in her newfound partnership and refreshed sense of independence. The height of summer sees the former Miss Woodhouse gracefully balancing the meticulous management of her elegant family estate and a flurry of social engagements, with few worries apart from her beloved father's health. But cheery circumstances change in an instant when Emma and Harriet Martin, now the wife of one of Mr. Knightley's tenant farmers, discover a hideous shock at the local church. And I won't read the rest of that synopsis for you. But yeah, it's been really fun so far. I am percent. I'm 10% in. So yeah, it's been pretty fun. And Jamie says, I read that the middle grade March group read for climate fiction. Okay. Look up the title, Jamie. I'd like to know what they read. I put the wild robot in there, but really I could use that wild robot for something else. But I would, yeah, if I could get that day after tomorrow, I would read that and put the wild robot in the other thing that I'm thinking of. Right. And Jamie, here are those books that I was telling you about for the Latin. So there's this one. I'm pretty sure it's a YA romance, but I haven't started it, so I can't confirm that it's clean. Anna Maria and the Fox. And then what I think I am probably going to read is this one. This is Where the Library Hides, and this is book 2 in this series. The book 1 was this, What the River Knows. And this is like a YA kind of fantasy mystery. So it's the girl in this book, I think she's like 16 or 17. Her parents have disappeared. They're archaeologists. And so she's from Argentina, I believe. And she goes to Egypt to try and find them. And it's like this whole thing that happens. That one was pretty good. And then, so this is book 2 in that. So I might do that for that prompt. And then The Unexpected Mrs. Palafox. I think the author is Diane Gilman. It's like an old series, but in the first book, she's in Mexico. And guys, if you have not read that series and you like spy kind of stuff. So Mrs. Palafox is older and she feels like there's really nothing that she has to live for. So she decides that she is going to offer her services as a spy to the CIA. And so she goes to, by like some mix-up, she actually gets to the headquarters and they think that she's already a spy. And so they give her an assignment. And so all she has to do is like go to this bookstore, inquire about a book in the window, and then take whatever the proprietor gives her to take it back to the US. But she gets involved in this crazy adventure. So I've read, I don't know, at least 6 of the books in that series. And it's a pretty long series. It started, I want to say, in the mid to late 60s or early 70s, and then all the way up until the 90s or so when the author passed away. And Annie says, glad you are liking it. I'm reading Murder at Northanger Abbey for a December club. Nice. And Jamie says, I've read some Mrs. Palafox. I think it would be on book 3. I would be on book 3. Okay. I'm trying to think because her adventures take her all over. And I'm wondering, I know that there was one where she was somewhere in Asia, one where she was in Africa, one where she was in Eastern Europe, or maybe there were a couple where she was in Eastern Europe. But that first one, I want to say it was Mexico, but it could have been some other Latin American country. But yeah, I did enjoy those Mrs. Palafox books. Palafox, yeah. All right. So what else did everybody get done? What are you going to be doing in our next sprint? I like this Murder in Highbury. And so I'm going to listen to it till I finish packing up these diamond art drills. And then I'm going to switch to, in my Kindle, I am reading a little, what is it called? My Kindle's buried now. Well, I'm going to see if I can get that Day After Tomorrow on ebook. And if I can get it, then I'll do that. If I can't, I am reading Back in the Pack by Barbara Hinsky. And I think I showed a picture of that last time. It's just a cute little dog on the cover. Yeah, so that's Back in the Pack. So, yep, that's what I will be doing. Let's scroll up on the comments. Jamie says that she's heard mixed reviews about What the River Knows. I really liked it. There were like a couple of F-bombs in there, but literally it was like 2. Otherwise it was clean. There is like some magic in it where like she gets a ring from her dad in the mail, and when she puts it on, she has like she sees whoever it was that had owned the ring, which may have been Cleopatra. I don't remember now because I read it last year. So she has flashes of that. So there is that kind of magical realism in it. Like nobody thinks it's weird. Like they know that some people have that ability, or some objects have that ability when you touch them to give you memories of where they've been. That didn't bother me, and I was just like more interested in what happened to her parents and how was she going to find out. And Jamie says the Moon Garden was that climate fiction book I was thinking of from MGM. The Moon Garden. On the list. Guys, my cats are wild. They're like running all over the place. Moon Garden. I will look that up. I'm running out of time now because I should have done this like in September so that I would have time to read. And Scorpio says, I cleaned during that sprint. Now I can finally settle down and read. I feel like that sometimes, like you have to get something done before you can just dive deep into your book. And Jill says, I got the book box Monday afternoon. Book box Monday afternoon. Which book box? And Jeanette says, I need to film an announcement video and then I'll probably work on editing some vlogs. I took a little bit, not a whole lot of footage. I went last weekend to an art market, and it was in this, what did they call it? A ranch, Hatton Ranch. I think that's what it was called. And it was very nice. There were some horses out there. And just it was very fall. I just loved it, and the weather was great. And so I wanted to put that into a vlog. So I need to work on that. And yeah, Jill, let me know about your book box. I'm very curious. And we are at 5:45. I think that's a great time to go into a sprint. So 40 minutes would put us at, let's see, 15, 25 after. I think that's right. So let us do that. And I will see you guys in 40 minutes. All right, we are back. How did everybody do? So I finished putting my little drills into baggies and putting those away. And so I switched over to an ebook, and I am reading back in the pack. And this book doesn't have page numbers, but I'm at 23%, and had to feed my cats some wet food because Humphrey was not settling down over here. And so instead of giving them their crunchy food tonight, I gave them some wet food, which they love. But here he is back again. So I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do now with my little cat. Hi. Okay. And Jill says, my heart just went in my mouth. I got scared. Oh no. Oh no. This is your the lady uh, on the Esplanade. Is that what it is? And Kat read 4 more chapters. Good pace. I think the main character is about to do something foolish because of her curiosity. Yeah, I know. Do you like talk to the characters? Like, you know how you talk back to the TV when something's happening? I do that sometimes. And Morgan read 1 chapter. Good deal. And Jill says, hi, kitty. This is Humphrey. And he's my little active cat. Yeah. And Jill says, yes. Jamie was watching a Q&A on Realm Makers, but it disappeared. Oh no. Also reading The Prince Warrior. The Prince Warrior, is that the book for Chrissy's Purple Library's Purple Pages book club? And Kat says, yes, I absolutely talk to the characters too. And Kat says, hi, Humphrey. And Jamie says, yes, that is for Chrissy's book club. I would like to, but I have a lot of book clubs that I'm already doing. So I feel like I would need to remove one of my book clubs to be able to do another one. And Scorpio says, I read 30 pages. Good deal. Yeah, I don't know how many pages I read. I thought it was my Kindle setting, so I tried to switch it so that it would show pages at the bottom, but it says this is not available. So it must be the title, because I normally have it where it tells me the pages at the bottom. But this is really good. It's the Barbara Hinsky book, and it's about a father and daughter that have lost the mom in the family, and I think it was a car accident, and it's been like a year or two, and they're just getting a puppy. That was one of the things that the little girl had really wanted, and so they just brought the puppy home, and they're getting all this stuff together. They ordered crates and collars and toys and food and all this stuff. So they're prepping everything. But it's so sweet. And some of the book is written from the dog's point of view, so it's super cute. She did that too with the Guiding Emily series, where Garth is the guide dog that Emily gets, and part of that is written from his point of view. It's just adorable. So I love it. So I'm happy that I picked this one up because it's perfectly a charming, cozy book. And it was rain. I think it's stopped raining now, but it was raining, so I could hear the rain, and it's just nice. Just a nice, chill evening. And Jill says, I'm halfway done with the book. Wow. And Jamie says it's an easy read. Well, that's good. I should ask you guys, what should I start next? So I'm going to tell you what I had. Oh, I didn't. They're all back there. Should I do like a TBR game to pick my next book? These are books that I'm interested in reading sooner rather than later. I'm sure there's other ones on my shelf, but I'm not very good about doing like a big TBR or even like calling that my TBR. They're just books, like a pile of possibilities. But I would like to start reading through those because I did get them for a reason. This one was back there and I pulled it out because because it fits that prompt, and two, because I think this is just a 2 series thing, a duology, and then I would be done with that series if I read this one. What else have I got back there? I have a romance. I have some cozy mysteries. I have the middle grade mystery. I have a light thriller, the Fern Michaels books. I have a Murder, She Wrote book. I have a historical mystery. Then I have The Letter Tree, which I've been wanting to read for over a year. And the other one, what was the other one that I bought at the same time? Was Beyond Ivy Walls. Okay. So one of those genres or one of those books, what do y'all think I should pick up? And Jill says, I love cozy mysteries. I do too. That's like, I would say probably that's my favorite genre. And then what's my next favorite? Like maybe maybe historical fiction. Yeah, I think that's probably next. Regency romance, somewhere around there. All right. Okay, so let me pull some books from back there and then I'll have you all vote on which should start next. All right. And Annie says she read 8 pages and had some soup. Soup sounds really good. I was thinking what I might have for dinner, but I have some leftover pizza. So I might do that. It's a veggie pizza. Okay. So I just picked these books, which just kind of stood out to me when I was back there. So the one that I've been wanting to read for a while is Victoria Holt, The Landauer Legacy. So Victoria Holt was my mom's favorite author that I remember from when I was like in high school. And I even would like take some of her books and read them. So I may have read this before, but I don't remember. But I just would love to read this and kind of remind my mom that this is what she read and maybe chat about it with her. So that's one, Victoria Holt, The Landauer Legacy. And then I've been wanting to get to this one. I wanted to read this in October, but I didn't get to it. And this is Jamie Jo Wright, The Spectres in the Glass House. So that's one. And this one I bought last year and meant to read it last year and didn't get to it. And this is Beyond Ivy Walls. And this is by Rachel Fordham. And then this is the next book in the Annie's Attic mysteries that I've been reading. And this one is The Photo Album by Marlene Chase. And this is a cozy mystery, the Highland Bookshop Mystery Series, Plaid and Plagiarism by Molly McRae. And then I think this is a British cozy, and it's The Dinner Lady Detectives, and that's by Hannah Hendy. And then this one, it says A Claire Walker Mystery. I think it's the first one. And this is the Creme Brulee Bake Off, and this is by Rebecca Connolly. So out of those, do any of those sound interesting to you all? And if so, which one do you think that I should pick up next? I am going to be still reading the Back in the Pack right now, but once I finish that or any of the other things that I have going on, maybe even before I finish one of the things that I have going on, I'll pick up one of these here. So let me know what y'all think. And Scorpio says Murder, She Wrote. Yeah, I do. I think I have 2 Murder, She Wrotes back there. So I might do that. And Kat says cozy mystery is her favorite genre too. I love it. I love it so much. Oh, look, I had skipped those comments. Sorry, ladies. But I gotcha. And we've got Creme Brulee Bake Off, Scorpio says. Jeanette says Beyond Ivy Walls. Jill says Creme Brulee. Kat says Creme Brulee Bake Off. I heard great things about that one. Oh, nice. Very nice. Well, that's a lot of votes for Creme Brulee. So I'm going to pull that one out. I really do want to read Beyond Ivy Walls, Jeanette. But yeah. Oh, it's not even creme brulee, I've been saying. It's the crime brulee bake-off. Pun in the title, if anybody needs that for the 52 book club. Or was that somebody else? Somebody else's readathon said pun in the title. But I thought it was in the 52 book club one too. All right. So I got this. Guys, I want to show you this book sleeve. It's Agatha Christie, and it's like all different things, like Poirot's mustache and a gun, a hat, clock, some poison, some cards. It's a book sleeve that my sister got when she was traveling. And she's like, I saw this and I thought of you. And I was like, that's really nice. Normally when you get souvenirs from someplace, it like has to do with the country. She wasn't in England, but she saw this and thought of me, and it's great for my mysteries. I love it. And Scorpio says, awesome. And Jill said, I love the book sleeve. And Kat says, that book sleeve is perfect for me. It is. She knows me well. Yes. Because totally Agatha Christie is my favorite. Reading is my favorite. And it like totally fits in my books. So nice. And Jamie says, adorable. Jamie, my niece was just in Louisiana not that long ago. She went to visit her boyfriend's family. Um, and they did tell me where they were. I want to say East Louisiana. All right, here we are again at 6:40. So we can go into another sprint. 40 minutes would put us at 7:20. How does that sound for everyone? And how's the ambiance? I kind of noticed that it's like blinking out, and I don't know if that's my laptop or if that's StreamYard or if that's the actual ambiance. But I do like it because I don't think it has any mid-roll ads. So it just keeps going without that. And Jill says, sounds good. And Scorpio says, Agatha Christie is one of my favorite authors as well. Sounds good to me. Agatha Christie, I would say, is my favorite author. She just wrote so much, and I love her books so much. And I just read them all the time. But my favorite book, like if I was just picking one book, it's Pride and Prejudice. But I wouldn't say that Jane Austen is my favorite author. But yeah, Agatha Christie, my favorite author. Pride and Prejudice, my favorite book. What favorites do you all have? Let me know, and then we'll read them out when we get back from our sprint. All right. And we are back. And how did everyone do? I got to the end of a chapter. My cat's sitting on it. And I am at 50% exactly. So this is a pretty quick book, and I am loving the story so far. It's about a single dad and how he and his daughter are coping with the death of his wife and her mother, and how this little dog that comes into their life is weaving things back together. It's so good. So I probably will be finishing this tonight after sprints, probably. But yeah, I am enjoying it, and then I will start the crime brulee bake off. Yeah, because that sounds so fun. Let's see how everyone else did. This just like moves so fast to me. We have this from Jamie first. That is the opposite side of the state from where she's at. I'm actually closer to Houston, Texas than New Orleans. However, I still love the culture of my state. That is really cool. I have been to Texas, but I have not been to Louisiana. I've been to Texas probably twice, and only because I have relatives, and my grandma's from Texas and my mom was born there. And I have relatives that still live there, and we went a couple of times to visit them. And Kat says she finished her book. Yay! I enjoyed it until the end when the main character made poor choices. I don't think I will continue with the series. I'm heading to bed. Thank you for sprints. And have a great night, everyone. Good night. I don't know if you've already left, but I hope you have good quality sleep tonight. And I'm so sorry that the end was so bad that you decided not to continue with the series. And Jeanette got a video edited and it's not exporting. Yeah, what do you use to edit? I use just my iMovie because I do it on my phone. But sometimes it feels like a video takes so long to export, even if it's a short video. So I don't know if it's videos that I'm adding more um, like photos to and stuff like that. Like maybe it's a large file or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's weird how some of them take a long time and some of them are super quick. And Jill got to page 228. Awesome. And Carmen, hello. She's just joining in. Hi, Em. Hi, everyone. Morgan didn't read. Her current book has long chapters and she's not in the mood for long chapters. I totally get that. That's why I usually have more than one, generally three. I usually have an audiobook and a physical book and an ebook. But sometimes I'll have like a couple more in there too, just because either like that usually happens when I'm reading for book club because I didn't choose the book and it may be a book that I'm interested in, but not necessarily one that I would have picked for myself. So then I would have a book that I did pick for myself so that I could switch out to it. And Lauren, hello, Lauren, started a new book, Portraits of Decay, a horror book that takes place in New Orleans, speaking of. Wow. Yeah, I would guess that New Orleans could have that vibe for setting some spooky books in. And Jeanette says, I have a Windows computer, so I had to purchase a program. I have this computer that I have is a Windows, but it's getting old now, so I think I'm going to have to replace it. And then I have an even older MacBook that I just used the other day for something. And it's like really bad. Like I don't even know that I'm gonna be able to use it anymore. So I might need to, I'll have to decide if I'm gonna replace my Windows or my PC or if I'm gonna replace my Mac. But either way, I'm gonna be having a new laptop sometime coming up. And guys, this story that I'm reading back in the pack, if you guys like, I don't even know what to call it because it's not like drama. It's just, but there is drama. Um, but it's handled so gently, and there's always like people, you know, it's about community and family and friendship and stuff. So this one, like I said, it's the single dad and the little dog that comes into their life, but not only the little dog, but like other people in the community. It's just so good. Barbara Hinsky, like every one of her books that I've read is like that, and she has lots of series that she writes. Um, the one that I was reading in before this was the Rosemont series, and that one she's been writing for a really long time. So there's a lot of books in that series, but it's the same. There might be like something that the main character is struggling with or something that's going on in the community, but it's really all about that community and those friends like getting together and getting everybody through whatever it is that's going on with them. And Annie got to chapter 3. That's good. All right, did we do 3 sprints? I know Lucy wanted to uh, pop in when she got off work, but she won't be off work or she won't be home for like another half an hour. So I don't know how y'all feel about doing another sprint in a little bit. Is there anything y'all want to chat about? Anything you want to ask me um, about reading, about the channel, about anything? I'll let me know. Otherwise, we can start another sprint. Oh, guys, I don't think that you can hear it, but it just started raining a little harder. So it sounds so nice. I feel like now I need to have my fireplace going, but it's still not cool enough for that. And Jeanette says, I'm going to do another sprint is all I actually read this time. Oh, good to do another sprint. Okay. Yeah, we will do another sprint. And maybe instead of the fireplace, because really it's not that cold, maybe I'll turn a candle on just to get that flickering flame feeling going. I have a really nice smelling one that's a pumpkin autumn. So I think I'll put that one on there. And let's get our sprint going. So it'll be like 10 after. Hello. Alrighty. We are back and we have Susan saying good evening. And Scorpio, time for the sprints. And Lucy is sad. Oh no. And Jamie says good night. Good night, Jamie. Thanks for joining us today. And Lucy says, I'm on my way home. Wait for me. And that was at 8:06. All right. Well, we'll wait for Lucy. We'll chat if anybody has something to chat about. Let me tell you about my great little book that I'm reading. So I got to 84%, and I have 1 minute left in that chapter. So yeah, I'm going to be finishing this tonight. It's getting so good. And there's like this little mystery here. Well, I'm calling it a mystery, but so the dad, he was adopted, and his birth mom had reached out to this agency that he had signed up with like a long time ago, to maybe connect with his birth family. And he's gotten an email from the agency that the mom wants to get in touch with him. But he hasn't decided if that's something that he wants or not. And to me, that's like a little mystery, and I need to know. I need to know what's going to happen with that. And we've got Annie got to page 37, and this is a new book because you had finished the other one, right? Or was that Jill that had finished the other one? Let me go back and check. Lauren started a new book. And Kat had finished her book. Hmm. Annie was reading the Jane Austen inspired book. Is that the one that you got to, or did you finish that one? Carmen made it to 19% in the hired role. How are you liking that? I read that a couple of years ago with my book club, and we all really liked it. It's a middle grade book, but yeah, we all really liked it a lot. And Jill's been alternating reading and dozing. It's after 11 p.m. here, and I'm up to page 243. 11 p.m. I was up late. Was it last night or the night before? But I usually try to be in bed by 10:30. And Carmen wants to know what my next knitting project is. I started some socks in February, and I haven't made a lot of progress in them. So I probably will knit on these. I also have a sweater, but it's a wool and mohair, silk mohair. And I'm at the point where it's just kind of bulky. So once the weather cools down some, then I'll pull that out. But this is a sock that I started in February, and I'm getting closer. I'm almost to where I need to do the toe. Um, but that's just the first sock. So I still actually have another ball of the yarn that's in here. for the second sock, because this is just sock number 1. So probably that's the next thing that I'll be knitting on, and then I'll get that sweater out when it cools off a little. It should be cooling off just any time. We've got that rain today. So it was cooler today with only a high of 61. And it looks like we're going to be in the 60s over the weekend, and then the high 50s next week. So yeah, anytime now it'll be cool enough that I'll want to knit on a wool sweater that sits in my lap. And Annie says, I did just start this book tonight and I am liking it. I DNF'd my last book and it was number 8 of a series, but I loved this one. Was of a series I loved, but this one was boring. Yeah, that's sad. And Annie says, Carmen, I loved that book. This is the hired girl, right, that we were talking about. And Jane got a chapter read. Wonderful. Some reading is done. Some reading was done. And Annie says, love your sock. I tried making them, but I can only wear cotton and it was too rough on my feet. Yeah. And cotton is also hard to knit because it doesn't have give. And so your hands can get crampy and tired. And Lucy is home. And Carmen says she's loving it too. Joan has spunk. Yes, it is a good story. So Lucy, welcome. We just came back from a sprint. And Jane says, hello, Lucy. So you made it out of your boring day at the Max. Now you're home. Are you going to be reading tonight? What are you going to be doing tonight? I'm getting a little hungry, so I might heat up some of that pizza. And Carmen says, hi, Lucy. This book that I'm reading, the dad is trying to learn how to cook, so he does some meal kit delivery service. And it talks about him trying to follow the directions, and he didn't pick meals that were beginner. He picked like experienced. And so he's making this chicken and it's supposed to take 45 minutes and it took him way longer, and he even skipped some of the steps. And I just thought that was really funny. But one, it made me hungry for chicken. And two, I do subscribe to those companies every once in a while. And I thought, should I resubscribe to them? Because I do like doing those meal kits. It is really convenient to have all of the ingredients there, and you just need some basic stuff and then the recipe to follow. I do like trying new recipes, but I also like my tried and true. But let me show you what I did the last time I subscribed. So I took the recipes that you get. They're like recipe cards, and then they have like the recipe on the backside. And I put them all in this binder. And this was like, there's something written on the back of this. I don't know what it is, but I like that picture. And then I did tabs. So I have all my chicken, then my pork and my beef, my fish, and then my vegetable meals. So I tabbed the tabs and have all of the cards from the different meal kits that I got. Look at that. Doesn't that look so good? Oh, So yeah, I'm thinking maybe I need to resubscribe so that I can do that. But because I have all these recipes here, I really don't need to resubscribe because I could just buy the ingredients and then make them. So, and I have done that, and that's why I put this binder together, because after I quit my subscription, then I was just, buying the stuff that I needed to make my favorite recipes out of there. And Lucy says hi. And I don't know what's going on here. It's my computer. I need a new one. Oh, it says, you look so cute tonight. Thank you. Thank you. I like to be comfortable. So if cute happens, it's always by accident. All right. So Lucy, tell us, how was work? What are you going to be doing? And Annie says, hi, Lucy. Lucy says, hi, Carmen. And Lucy says, hi, Jeanette. She's just going through the roll call. And hi, Annie. And that's probably who we have here right now. So yeah, I don't know. How's everybody feeling? Chit chat, sprint, either, both? What do y'all want to do? Lucy says work was slow. And she says sprint. What are you going to do during the sprint, Lucy? Let us know. I do want to finish this book, and I probably could in another sprint. We could do like a short sprint, like a 30-minute sprint, and I can heat up my pizza and maybe eat that. I can listen to my audiobook instead of this cute little book that I've been reading. Sound good to everybody, like a half-hour sprint? And let's see. Partners in Lime, that's the Seaside Cafe Bree Baker book. And Jill is going to say good night. Thanks for the sprints. You are welcome, and have a great night. I hope you get lots of rest tonight. And Lucy says no. She wants 40-minute sprint. And Carmen is on the West Coast like I am, so she has plenty of time. And Annie says sounds good. And Lucy says, hi, Jill. Bye, Jill. And Jeanette says, I should probably say good night, but I could do a shorter sprint. I think that would be good. Let's do a 30-minute sprint. Lucy says, no, Jeanette. Oh, Lucy. Okay, let's do a 30-minute sprint, and then we can come back, just catch up real quick. And then Lucy, I don't know, Lucy. We could watch a movie. You guys, the other night, Lucy was not ready to go to bed, and she's like, I think I'm going to watch a Hallmark movie. And I said, okay, well, tell me which one. We could do a watch party. And then she just set it up on StreamYard so that we were watching it at the same time. It was so fun. And Jeanette says, sorry, Lucy, I could just go to bed and leave you to do whatever. And Lucy says, okay. All right, let's do a 30-minute sprint, and I'm going to get something to eat. Lucy says, no, don't leave. She's very demanding, is Lucy. All right, let's get our 30-minute sprint started. I'm going to get something to eat, listen to my audiobook while I'm doing that. And yeah, we'll get that ambiance going. Okay. And Jeanette says, bossy lady coming out. Lucy says, Hallmark movie. Yeah, it was fun. Okay, here we go. Hello, that was our quick sprint. And I did listen more to Murder in Highbury, which I really am enjoying. And I'm finding lots to chuckle. And the mystery's interesting. I can't wait to find out. So I'm glad I have a new audiobook to listen to. And let's see what you all. Oh, also, I had a leftover pizza, which was good, and some red grapes. And Annie says that she used to go to watch parties on Facebook. It was a Jane Austen page, and we watched the movies over and over. Oh, that's cool. What service did they use to stream the movies on Facebook? That's interesting. And was it like a closed group? And Lucy says, hubby is already asleep and I'm not sleepy yet. Oh, yeah, you need to wind down from work. And Lucy also says, well, Jeanette, I was the boss lady at work tonight. And Carmen made it to 23%. Good job. Jeanette, 25 pages. Wow, that's quick. And one page short of 2 chapters. But still, oh yeah. But that's so good. And Lucy read 2 chapters in Partners in Lime. And Morgan's been playing around with scrapbook paper these past couple of sprints. That's pretty good. I really need to get on my paper crafting game. I actually started to make some bookmarks. Do I have one of them here? I do. So this is, it's got some like washi stickers, and it's just a nice double-sided page here, and then I'll laminate it. I wanted to put like a quote up here. I put this washi up here. But yeah, I need to get back to that. And Annie got to page 47. And Lucy says her book is getting so good. Don't you love it when you hit that part where like you don't want to stop reading? And Carmen says, that's pretty. Thank you. I really enjoy paper crafting. I just, as you probably have noticed, I do a lot of different crafting. And so I kind of like, I get really excited about something for a bit and I'll do a lot of it. And then I'll like get excited about something else and I'll do a lot of that. And so like coming back around to all my crafts, you know, it really is kind of like, oh, I've already done some paper crafting and now I'm doing some diamond art and now I'm doing some knitting and now, you know, so it kind of goes like that for me because there's just not enough time to do all of the stuff all of the time. And Lucy says, Jeanette, if we did a 40-minute, you would have finished your chapter. And Jeanette's laughing out loud. Lucy says, ooh, the bookmarks. And I want to make some. Yep, it's fun. It is fun. All right, ladies. I know, Lucy, you just joined us and you're not sleepy yet, but it is pretty late for everyone now. So I am thinking, unless more than Lucy feel really strongly about doing another sprint, I think that would have been the last one. Jeanette said I had planned to go to bed before midnight. Are you, Jeanette, are you East Coast time or are you Central? So are you, it's 9 o'clock here. Is it midnight there? Who would have guessed that Lucy would want more sprints? Yes, Jeanette, that is pretty late. And are you up early in the morning for work? I want to try to get to work by 7 tomorrow, because I am actually going I have a scrapbook club and we meet every other month. And tomorrow's the night, but it's like a drive. It's about an hour drive for me to get there. So I want to be able to get off work early enough that it's worth it to come home, because the scrapbook club is in the opposite direction from my work than where I live. So if I get off work late and then come home and then there's like not enough time to be home before I have to leave to get to scrap club. So yeah, so if I get to work at 7, that means I get to leave at 3:30, and then I can be home for like a good 2 hours before I have to leave for scrapbook club. Lucy says, ooh, 7 a.m. I really like it. And Jane says, I start at 9, so I get up around 7:30. I usually get up around 5:30 to be to work at 7. And that's like if I need to like prep my lunch and do all of that stuff and don't know what I'm going to wear and decide to do my hair and stuff. If I like am not going to be seeing anybody at work that day and don't mind like putting my hair in a bun or just like letting it air dry and no makeup, and if I buy lunch out and then I could push it and get up at 6:15 and I would still be at work on time because I don't live that far. But 5:30 gives me enough time to like figure everything out and put myself together. And Jane says, I don't like mornings. Well, that's a good question. Who's a night owl and who's a morning person, an early bird? I think I'm more of an early bird, but every once in a while I will do a late night. Lucy says, me either, Jeanette. And Lucy says, I'm a night owl through and through. And Annie says, have you ever read the Scrapbook Mystery Series? I may get back into that. The last one, she was attracted to a married detective, so I DNF'd, but I should see how it ended. Author is Joanna Slan. Is that a T or an L? I can't tell. I haven't. The scrapbook one that I had started was by Laura Childs, and it took place in New Orleans. And that was like a long time ago that I had read that one. And I don't think I read more than the first one. I want to say because it was new. And then I just like didn't know when the next one came out. And I don't even know how many are in that series. And Annie says she's also a night owl and we're usually up until 3 a.m. Wow. And Jeanette says that she's a night owl who married an early bird. You know what? It's working out for you. My cousin, too, is an early bird. I don't know. Is all of my family, like my maternal family? No, my sister's definitely a night. Well, she just likes to sleep all the time, so she probably goes to bed early and gets up late. But everybody else, I think, from my mom's side of the family likes to get up early. So my cousin, she gets up early partly because she is a kindergarten teacher, and so she has to like get up early to get to school and stuff like that. But her husband is a total night owl. Like he would stay up really late and then doesn't want to get up in the morning. And Carmen says, I'm a night owl and an early bird. Well, that's pretty good. And Lucy says, Jeanette, I'm assuming your hubby in your vlog with the vanilla Coke. Which vlog was that? Was that the one where they went to Tennessee? I don't remember a vanilla Coke. Or was that a different one? And he says, I have that New Orleans one, the Christmas themed one. I still need to read it. And Annie says, we are retired, so get up when we have had enough sleep. That's nice. I can't wait for that to come around. I'm looking forward to that because I feel like obviously all the stuff that I like to do, and because I am at work for 9 hours, I don't have 9 hours to do any of that stuff. I feel like if I didn't have to go to work, then I could just work on all the things and not have to, decide what I can't work on. And Jeanette says, that's from this week's video posted yesterday. Okay, if it was just posted yesterday, I'm not that caught up. I mean, I think I watched your last one before that, but not yesterday. And then Annie says, I retired early because of disabilities. Yeah, that's a good thing that you were able to do that. I still have a few years that I want to work, but I have worked long enough that I could retire. But it would be an early retirement because of my age. I haven't hit the minimum retirement age yet, so I wouldn't get like the full amount. So I have to work longer for that. And Lucy says, I'm so not caught up on anyone's channels. I'm trying. I'm trying. When I first found BookTube, which was not that long ago, I would say I found it in 2023. And I only watched like one channel, and then I found Amanda's channel. And then she was like, recommending other channels. And so I, would find channels and add to them. So once upon a time, I was caught up, and I had even gone back to like Amanda's channel and the couple of other channels that I was watching all the way back to when they first started and watched everything. But now there's so many channels that I'm subscribed to that I can't keep up. So yeah, so it is. I hear you, Lucy. And I think that's just the way it is, unless we were retired and had all the day to like just be watching YouTube all the day long. And Lucy says, not even Cece's, who's her bestie. And she says, it's her BookTube bestie. Yeah. No, I totally get that. I was actually watching Alma's and Alma's book journey, and it's been a while. I mean, I'll watch one here and there, but I went back to like the last one that I, where you don't see the rare that you've watched it. And that was 11 months ago. And like I said, there are here and there ones that I have watched, but when I was like going back through to try to watch all the stuff, and it was 11 months ago, the oldest one that I haven't watched. All right, ladies, how are you feeling? Are we saying goodnight, or are we doing another sprint? But if we do another sprint, it does have to be 30 minutes because then I need to get ready for bed and stuff. Maybe 35. And Lucy says, yes, the red that shows which one you have watched last. And Jeanette is saying good night, sleep tight. Hope you get some good rest. And Lucy says her opinion doesn't count. It counts. Yesterday I was so sleepy when when you did your last sprint, I was just like ready to like turn in. Today I have more energy. And Carmen says, do what's best for you. And good night to Jeanette. Yeah, I don't have any plans and I can read, so I'm up for another sprint. And it's 9:10, so it could even actually be a 40-minute sprint because that would be 9:50. So I would still have enough time after that to close up the live sprints and get ready for bed. And Lucy says 100% do what you think is best. We can sprint anytime. That's for sure. But we still have we have 4 people on. So if 4 people want to sprint, then I'm fine with it. Because like I said, it's 9:11 right now in California. And I don't have anything planned that I need to do this evening. So I can read more. I'm just like, I need to know, and I'm so close. I probably could finish it with another 40-minute sprint. I'm at 84%. And Annie says she will do another one. And Lucy says, okay, cool. I can stay awake for another sprint, but I don't think I'm awake enough for a movie tonight. Yeah, I probably am not either. And Carmen, yeah. Okay. All right, then let's get another sprint going. And I will see y'all back in 40 minutes. Or 38. Okay, somewhere I have another tab that's got songs. There we go. Alrighty, who's still with me? Oh my goodness, the number grew. Let's check comments. Lucy says, yay. She couldn't hear the ambiance, but she hears it now. I have 2 pages left of my chapter. Good deal. And Carmen made it to 31%. And Annie got to page 56. I finished my little novella Back in the Pack. It was so good. Yeah, and apparently it's women's fiction. So when I got to the end of the book, it's like if you like women's fiction, you'll like these other books. So that's the genre that it's in. Hey guys, guess what? Lucy is getting sleepy. Well, I hope you have a really good I was going to say I hope you have a really good night, and then she says, but I want to keep reading. So I really like reading, and sometimes my books are pretty thick, and a lot of times they're hardback, and I get tired and sleepy, so I start slumping and laying down, and then the book falls on my face. That also happens with my phone. I will drop it on my face, and it does not feel good. So Lucy, don't do that. All right. Thank you all for joining me on Sprints tonight. I had a really great time. And that was the final sprint. And Lucy says it's getting very unputdownable. That's good. But if you are lying down, maybe it is time to put it down. You can pick it up in the morning or sit up and make yourself a cup of coffee or tea. Carmen says, thank you so much for the sprints. You are very welcome. We will be back here next Thursday. I'm thinking 4:30. I haven't checked my appointments for next week. If for some reason, I'll know when I go to work tomorrow what's lined up for me next week. So 4:30 works well for me because it gives me time to get home after work and get everything set up. But if there is a change, if I have to work later, I'll when I set up the sprint, it will be set up for the proper time. And Annie says, I have almost done that with my Kindle, but wake up in time. That's good because it hurts. Yeah, it's happened to me quite a bit. And Carmen says, good night, ladies. Sleep tight. Lucy says, thank you so much for waiting for me. You are so welcome. I love having you. And Annie says, thanks for the chat and sprints. You are welcome. So hopefully I will see y'all next week. Everyone have a great night. Get good rest so that you have a great day tomorrow. I certainly am planning on that. It is getting slightly cooler here to the point where my cats will come and cuddle up with me in the night. And it's just so nice and cozy. I don't want to get out of bed in the morning. Let us see. We have a few more comments. Here's Humphrey saying good night. Say good night to the people. Lucy says, I just checked my schedule and I have to close again next Thursday. Boo. And she says, wah. And a good night all from Annie. Good night to you. Good night, everyone. Yep. That's my Humphrey. All right. Good night, all. And I will see you next week.